Hi, colleagues.
Hello, Andres. Hello, everyone.
It's unusually early in Barcelona to start the the webinar. The same in Paris, I guess.
Yes, it's an early morning for you. It's 8 o'clock, right? Not yet 8.
It's 10 to 8. Well,
Yeah.
for me it's okay. I usually wake up after 6. But this is the first time when we start like webinar, like international one at 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Me, I'm lucky. I'm in the APA region. I'm in Kuala Lumpur, so
Oh, in Malaysia.
yeah.
Oh,
Now it's almost 2 p.m.
good. By the way, I got some funding to get there. I mean, to Kuching.
Excellent.
Yeah,
Excellent. That's good news.
like always, not all the funding I I are required, but anyway,
Better than nothing. Yeah. Yeah.
sure.
That's very good.
Okay.
It's reassuring because I still don't know whether I will come or not.
We all hoping
Um,
you are coming.
it's a double problem. It's problem of funding that could be solved ultimately, but also I need to have the approval from my university to come.
Okay.
So it's a two stages
Okay.
process.
Well,
So we will
in
see.
any case, I'll try to be there. Okay. And
This is reassuring because you did great in the last GA for us.
thank you.
So that's very good.
Oh,
How are you, Olga?
Olga, you are muted.
You are muted.
Hello, dear colleagues.
Okay.
Naima, can you please send the last version of presentation? You changed maybe the first slide.
Yes.
Okay,
Sure.
so like this, I will have a copy to open if needed.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm okay. My daughter is okay. So I'm sorry not be present last time. So now everything is
Don't
good.
mention it. It's okay.
No, of course it happens, but I was worried because there was no internet and I was trying to call you from different numbers.
Yeah,
So
and you managed, and you were missed as well
it
in the
went well.
webinar.
The feedback was okay for the previous webinar.
We tried our best to cover your absence, Olga.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Mm.
You did well to ask me because I don't know why, but whenever I open with the Zoom during the meeting, whenever I open uh, my email, it jumps. This is because of my laptop, I think. It's becoming old, but I jump outside of the meeting. So it's good that I send it to both of you.
Sure. How is the weather in Paris, Olga? I heard you have like difficult times.
Yes, yes, it's coming. So yesterday it was still okay, 27, 28, but today it goes up and 32, even 35. We are waiting,
Ah,
36.
just like in Barcelona.
Hmm.
No
But
problem.
Paris is not actually adapted to this temperature. So
Oh
that's
yeah.
and uh, and the cities are trying to adapt. They open the parks till late at night, so uh, they try to organize water on the street, sprinkling water on the street. So
Hmm.
they are trying to adapt, but there are no air conditioning, almost nowhere. That's why it's
Come on. No way. Here in Spain, they have it everywhere.
that's the difference. Yeah. So and as there are a lot of historic building, it's forbidden actually to install air conditioning.
Hmm.
And so it's climate change is now here, and
So
with
you
all the buildings,
experience it. Okay.
yeah. And also I see how cities, municipalities try to adapt, schools as well. So we all, even if we don't think about climate change, so it is here, and we need to adapt.
I see. I see.
And it's already the second actually wave, hot wave this year. Before it was only in July and August, but now it started in May. So now we in June we have the second, and actually it is expected to have 5 or 6 waves like this during summertime.
We're French. Okay.
And was the winter particularly cold or stayed late or no?
No, it was usual, I think. A little bit more rain, but I didn't notice anything special. But summers they changed, yeah.
It was my first summer here in Barcelona, first winter here in Barcelona. And, you know, I come from the north, and it was too hot for me during this kind of winter, you know. In Latvia, we usually had snow, sometimes a little bit, sometimes much. But, this winter in Riga, in Latvia, was unusually cold, like -30 sometimes. And it's a little bit too much for us.
Hello, Naima. Greetings.
Hello, Susan. Good
Are
afternoon.
you just
How
waiting?
are you?
Yeah, good, thanks. Are you just waiting for some other people to join?
Great.
Yeah. Mm. Someone asked me to if the session is going to be recorded, and I
Yes,
said I didn't know if it was just the outcomes or the whole session.
yes.
The whole session? Yeah.
It
Okay.
is being recorded right now.
Okay.
Yeah. And we'll
'Cause there's a
share
few
the
people who couldn't
recording
come.
with you, Susan, and then you share it with
Okay.
the requests.
Okay. Will do. Thank you.
Welcome.
Yes. Yes.
Hello, Peter. Nice to see you.
Hello, sorry I'm late. I just had a phone call to take. Anyway, here I am.
How are you?
Not bad, thank you. I'm in the process of ridding my office of 75 years of archives.
Elena, also, I saw you. How are you, dear Elena? Long time.
I'm muted. Hi, Naima. Really glad to see you again.
Me too.
So
How are you?
will we start at 6 minutes past?
I think so too, yeah.
Yeah. Shall I introduce your team, or do you want to introduce your team yourself?
I will introduce the team and what is everyone will present. Maybe just a couple of words to the representatives
Okay.
of the region.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you everyone for joining us. This is one of a series of consultations that Naima, Andres and Olga are doing for the Sustainable Developments Working Group for ICOMOS. They've done all the other regions, I think. I think we're the last one, aren't we? The Asia Pacific region.
Before
And so,
You are
and so the idea is to, good. The idea is that they're going to present the work that they've been doing in the move to the Culture 2030 project. And there's going to be an opportunity for people from the region to contribute inputs and ideas, I think, from any things that are particularly an issue in our region. And then the plan will be this session will be recorded, and Naima will provide a copy to me, and anyone who wants a copy, just let me know and I will forward it around. I don't have the list of all of you who are here, so perhaps if people want a copy, they can contact me. And then Naima's team has the hard task of compiling all the information from all the regions into an event that they're taking forward for the post-2030 goals. So Naima, over to you. A very hardworking team, our Sustainable Development Working Group. They're very active. And so I think they gave us a bit of a preview, I think, of presentations. So they're very, I think it'll be very interesting. Go ahead, Naima.
Thank you so much, Susan. And first of all, welcome to everyone. Good afternoon. Good morning. As Susan mentioned, we are presenting here a progress of our work for the campaign Culture 2030 goal. And we will share with you an overall presentation of our working group initially, and then what we have prepared for supporting you to articulate projects, cultural projects, in terms of quantifiable values representing, to give representation to culture within the SDG reporting. So allow me to welcome you all, presidents of national committees, but also among us representatives from ministers of culture, heritage agencies, maybe municipal authorities. And we are really pleased to be among you with my colleagues and as my capacity of focal point for this working group, which is a role that I see primarily as a point of convergence and synergy, where my mission centers on ensuring that the diverse, rich technical expertise of our global network at ICOMOS is integrated and transformed into real data and information within the whole of the United Nations in terms of the SDGs. Together, our ultimate aim is to transition ICOMOS, or consolidate the role of ICOMOS as a maker of global policy and a contributor in shaping them. So we are today aligning our regional effort with the Global Culture 2030 Goal campaign. Here in Asia and Pacific region, we are fortunate to have a dense ecosystem of heritage expertise and highly advanced reporting infrastructures. Our goal today is to look at how we can collectively leverage our cultural heritage projects to actively influence international sustainable development policy, and this by turning our field's best practices into reportable policy-ready evidence. So this is the agenda for today. After the kind presentation of our group and our work by the Regional Vice President, Dr. Susan McIntyre. And this short presentation I am delivering now, my colleague Olga will delve with us to talk about the United Nations context, the VNRs and VLRs, and also she will speak about the Culture Goal 2030 and our contribution as ICOMOS in this campaign. Andres has already, I think, shared our web-based documents that we want you and tools that we want you to experience today. He will take us through the two documents. And we encourage you to start exploring them with him, so that if there are any questions or any clarifications or comments for improvement, we would love that you share them with us in the Q&A session. We will offer some minutes to our colleagues because we are keen to address the different languages spoken within ICOMOS. So we have a very active team of translators. And for the Asia Pacific region, we have 3 translations that are in advanced progress: the Chinese, the Bengali, and the Indian translation. Maybe we will have one of the translators to share some of her perspective with us if she is around, Lee, the Chinese translation. But I saw already Jana, who was very active and is very active in the Indian translation, and she was instrumental also to get us a Bengali translation. Also, maybe Farnaz Faraji, who is our coordinator for communication and responsible for the our website and the web application of the template. If also she's around and could join, maybe she will tell us a couple of words about her work, fantastic work actually, with the website and the web application of our tools. And then we conclude the webinar, and we will offer you plenty of time to share with us your questions and perspective. Before we dive into the tools that we will share with you, it is important to pause for a moment to introduce our group's identity. The working group, the Sustainable Development Working Group, is like a strategic laboratory actually within ICOMOS. We are a global gathering that includes experts from various regions and disciplines working hand in hand to translate the technical complexity of heritage into the policy language that is understood by the 2030 agenda. Our mission lies in ensuring that cultural heritage is not just an afterthought in development process, but rather it is foundational and a core for it. The members of our working group represent around 44 countries in the world, and they are distributed unevenly across different regions of the world, with a clear concentration in Europe and North American region. Our members represent also the different ICOMOS working groups, such as the Climate Change Working Group, our Common Dignity Right-Based Approach Working Group, and the Emerging Professional Working Group, waiting for further representation in the Indigenous Working Group. Our members also represent 21 international scientific committees, and this very diverse representation is precisely what makes our working group mandated by ICOMOS to represent the organization in all matters related to the Sustainable Development Goals and the global policies in this field. One of the most recent occasions where we represented our organization was during the Mondia Code 2025, for the preparation of which we had also a regional consultation, and Susan was really instrumental for the APA region. We had the honor to contribute to ICOMOS, to coordinate ICOMOS delegation during this historic global event. We did not only participate as representatives, actually we actively led the dialogue through a session we coordinated on the transmission of indigenous knowledge in terms of sustainable development. We demonstrated in this session to the ministers of culture from around the world that heritage is not just a static relic of the past, but a living, evolving technology to enhance the climate resilience and social justice. And this actually embodies the think tank role of our group to collectively reframe heritage as a driver and enabler of the future. However, if we have a vision without evidence, it remains just a theoretical narrative. And through my exchanges as a focal point for this working group, I have witnessed a recurring challenge in the eyes of global policymakers, because what cannot be measured, it simply does not exist for them. So currently, and because culture is treated as only a transversal element within sustainable development goals, it is often left invisible in the national reports. And this is precisely what my colleague Andres will address. To tackle this issue, our task teams have worked with utmost dedication to coordinate a unified global strategy. And today we are partners in shaping the Culture 2030 goal campaign, which my colleague Olga Partina will speak about. So we are not just seeking to squeeze culture into the current 17 goals, but we are building a robust, and we hope for that, evidence base to demand a standalone goal for culture in the post-2030 agenda. So the tools that Andres has already shared with you will be presented by him live. And we hope to have you engaged with him to test them and give us your feedback, because these tools are your strategic ammunition. They are designed to transform your local successes into globally documented evidence in a unified and standardized manner. So as I mentioned, I have invited our expert colleagues who led the development of these tools to share with us the details about them. So as I mentioned, Olga will explain the context of sustainable development goals and the role of ICOMOS in founding and working within the Culture 2030 goal campaign. Andres Karis will provide a practical demonstration of how these tools function, which have been graphically designed and formatted into a web page by our dedicated communication coordinator, Dr. Farnaz Faraji. And maybe our colleague Sheely will highlight our shared commitment to multilingualism and to localize these tools into the different languages. Of course, for the APA region, we are introducing the Chinese, Bengali, and Hindi translations that are in advanced progress, but we already have the Arabic, the French, and the Spanish translation already embedded in our webpage, and maybe Andres will show us more about it. And now, without further ado, I invite my colleague Olga to take over the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Naima. Hello, everyone. So let me start. So you see on the first slide the contents of our presentation. So we will start with describing what are SDGs. Then we will cover the topic about SDGs and culture. And we will talk about Culture 2030 Goal Campaign and what is the role of ICOMOS. Then we will be talking about reporting system and how culture can be actually reported within United Nations SDG reporting system. And then we will be talking about how ICOMOS can contribute to the promotion of culture in the future Sustainable Development Agenda. And we will be covering the next steps. And then we will switch to the description of the proposed tools, as Naima already described. So next slide, please. So let me just briefly recall you the context so that we all start with the same page. So Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, were adopted by the United Nations member states in 2015 as a part of 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. It's already the second session, the second issuing of this goal. So the first was in the year 2000. And these goals, they provide the universal framework that brings together social, economic, and environmental priorities. And it includes 17 goals and 169 targets. And they cover all big challenges of humanity as poverty, education, climate action, sustainable cities, social inclusion, and peace. One of the most important aspect of SDG is that they are universal, so they apply to all countries, and they require integrated and cross-sectoral approach. And for us today, also a very important element of this system is the follow-up and review system. So it includes a special reporting, which we call VNR. So it's voluntary national reviews, or VLR, voluntary local reviews. It's actually the same reporting, but on different level, on national level or on municipality or regional level, where countries actually report their progress towards these SDG goals. And so it's where actually a very important element that we'll be discussing later today, how e-commerce can contribute actually to more integration of culture in the future SDG system. Next slide, please. And if we look at now together to the SDG architecture, we immediately see that culture actually is underrepresented in the current system. So it is explicitly mentioned once in the goal number 11 and in sustainable cities and communities, and more specifically in the target 11.4. And it calls for strengthening actually the efforts to protect and safeguard cultural heritage. So this is, of course, an important recognition, and especially for e-commerce, but it is actually far from sufficient. And the problem is that the culture actually plays a more transversal, a more broader role in sustainable development. And it influences actually in education, inclusion, resilience, ability of communities to respond to different crises and change. But now the role of culture in the current system remains weakly defined and insufficiently measured. And so this gap is today actually in the center of international discussion, how we can present culture stronger and in a more measurable way. So next slide, please. And one of the proposals and the possible solution is to introduce a new specialized dedicated culture goal. You see, we found a beautiful place in the current system, the 18th goal. And the proposed wording for this new goal is ensure cultural sustainability for the well-being of all. And actually, it's not just simply to add one more goal. It's about recognizing that sustainable development cannot be achieved without culture. Because actually, all SDGs, all goals, they require cultural transformation. So they require changes in behavior, values, lifestyles, and changes in the relationships between people. And culture creates those connections and creates links between multiple SDG areas. So we see it in education, in gender equality, sustainable cities, climate action, peace, justice, and inclusion. Next slide, please. Actually, it's within this context that Culture Goal campaign was established. The campaign is a global coalition of cultural networks and organizations that advocate for the new, more stronger role of culture in the sustainable development. And among most active members of the steering committee, there are ICOMOS, of course, and the IFLA, so it's International Federation of Library Organizations, UCLG, United Cities and Local Governments, ICOM, Music Council. So you see now on the slide some pictures with the brands of cultural organizations, but there are much more. There are many organizations. So now you see only the central steering committee. So actually, the campaign was started in 2013. Because this actually the campaign tried to introduce the more stronger cultural dimension in the current SDG publishing, but it didn't happen. So we don't have any cultural goal, and culture actually is treated as a transversal element. It's good that it is treated in such a way, but there are no special indicators, no special goals, and that's why it's a bit it's fragmented in the current system. And so then in 2015 it was renamed and it became a Culture Go campaign for 2030. And now the idea to introduce this new cultural dimension in the new cycle. So the campaign combines advocacy and practical work. So it developed methodologies, reporting approaches, targets. So as you all know, so what is not measured can be actually touched and is not perceived as something serious. That's why the one of the goal of the campaign is to prove that culture can be measured. Cultural progress and cultural performance can be measured, and we can measure progress and include it in the current system. So the next slide, please. Actually, ICOMOS already plays a very important role in this campaign. And so we are, as I mentioned already, we are a member of steering committee, but we have a very strong potential at national level, and this is actually the goal of our today's webinar, to share with you the work we are doing in SDG working group, but then to share it with you so that you can do this at your level. And so the first one is we already, so in member of steering committee, we raise awareness at national level, among ministries of culture, ministries of foreign affairs, to include the culture goal in the post 2030 agenda. And the second important area is about technical feasibility. So today the draft culture already exists, the culture goal already exists, and it includes proposed targets and indicators. I also will share with you the link, and in the chat you can actually see the report and with all the details. And a third dimension is a demonstration of practical relevance. So we want to show to the international community that culture can be measured with these indicators, with these targets, and it is how it can be already applied to the next series of SDG. And practical examples are very important. So we want to prove that it is feasible, and we want to prove and to show already the examples of how culture is integrated in some national levels. And next slide, please. So here actually where we start to talk very practically, as I already mentioned in the beginning. So in the system of SDG and UN Sustainable Agenda, there are special reporting tools. So they are called VNR and VLR. And every country, every member state of UN preparing specialized reporting, and where we see how actually the topic of sustainable development is viewed in this country. And for us, what is important that culture is included in those reports, and under which angle. So next slide, please. So if we actually look at what are the currently VNRs and VLRs and how they treat culture, so we see that it is increasingly recognized, but not very systematically addressed. So sometimes it's only linked to communities and resilience, to the goal number 11. Sometimes we have case studies in different parts of the reports in education, inclusion, climate, or well-being. So sometimes culture is seen as a driver of identity, social cohesion, and then sometimes it's in the part of the policy. So where we see the key gaps, existing key gaps, these are that culture is not treated alone as a standalone pillar. And there are really limited number of cultural indicators and data. So it's more qualitative information. And of course, it's uneven integration across countries. So some countries look very deep in cultural dimension and include a lot of information. Some only mention from here and there. So the key takeaway is that culture is already in VNRs, but it remains fragmented and underrepresented. Next slide, please. So here are just several examples of the last reports of last VNRs. So you see Malta and Micronesia. So Malta describes a very heavy case study on cultural heritage. Micronesia is more fragmented throughout the reports. Next slide, please. So how e-commerce can contribute to the promotion of culture in future sustainable development agenda. So actually there are two parts. So first is about strategic advocacy. And so we would like to ask you also to be our agent in your countries here and to support the Culture 2030 Goal campaign and to promote the shift from invisible and implicit recognition of culture to more explicit global goal. And to engage with ministries of culture and foreign affairs and actually to those committees which are responsible in your country for SDG reporting. Here we don't know, so I think you are more integrated in your countries and can understand better how it's organized. But if e-commerce is asked to contribute to the drafting of those reporting. So here it's actually is where you can act as a promoter of inclusion of culture goal in those reports. And of course, to build evidence that culture is a driver and enabler of sustainable development. And here the tools that we will be sharing with you later also can help how to measure and represent it in a way that it is well perceived by the UN structures. And so the second big part is a technical contribution. To contribute to this national and local SDG reporting and to structure input in a section 11 of the SDG report or within a standalone culture chapter. And you also can use the existing guidance of the Culture Goal campaign. And so I will share with you as well. Next slide, please. So the next steps. So also very practical. So first, we invite you to designate an SDG contact point within your national committee. Or confirm that your SDG working group representative can serve in this role. And then it is important to engage with the key actors responsible for this reporting in your country. Often it is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, then and the committee in the ministry, then contacts all the other participants that can contribute to the reporting. So e-commerce usually is contacted for cultural heritage part. So now it's a very important timing for us because the next cycle is actually in January 2027. The countries that we will be publishing next summer will start preparing their reports. So it's important to establish those links, those connections now in starting from September this year till January, and then to contribute and to use those tools that we are sharing starting from January. And third is so to contribute to the content development. To integrate culture as a standalone goal or also in other parts of the reports. And to promote the inclusion of a standalone culture chapter, which is already the case for some countries. And here on the slide, you see the link to the Culture Goal campaign last report, where you can actually access all the different explanation about the target and the indicators. I will also share it in the chat. And next slide, please. So here is the short introduction of the culture goal framework. So you see the general culture goal is to ensure cultural sustainability for the well-being of all. And then we have 8 targets. Our target is target number 3 is to protect and safeguard cultural and national and natural heritage and leverage it is a I don't see quite well on the slide. So you see the title of our target and then all the indicators and the data sources. There are some mandatory indicators and there are some additional indicators that you also can use while preparing SDG reporting at your national or local level. The next slide, please. So here, here we see better. So the formulation of our target and talking about indicators. So they address the existence of management plans and the national budget for heritage protection and the number of heritage listings and ratification of important heritage-related conventions. And also presence in the management plan, the chapters on disaster risk reduction and climate adaptation and heritage impact assessment. So all these important management, cultural heritage management practices that we would like to be actually used as a measurable points and data points for this future chapter. And in parallel with this global advocacy work, so SDG Working Group also developed a series of concrete tools designed to support the effective documentation and presentation of cultural related activities in the broader context of sustainable development. And now my colleague Andres will share with you those tools that we will be glad if you use in your everyday work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Olga.
very much.
Okay, may I start?
Of course.
Okay. Dear colleagues, today we are introducing 2 new practical tools developed within the e-commerce SDG working group. Both tools are publicly available and freely accessible. You can see the links in the chat. They are intended to help cultural heritage actors explain more clearly how their work contributes to sustainable development. And they can be used by heritage actors, public authorities, municipalities, civil society, project managers, and other stakeholders around the world, including outside e-commerce. I would also like to stress that these resources are recommendations from the SDG working group, not mandatory reporting requirements. The first tool helps structure cultural heritage information inside a VNR or VLR. The second tool helps collect evidence from concrete heritage actions or projects. Together, they are designed to make heritage contributions more visible, more structured, and easier to use in SDG-related reporting. Next slide, please. These tools were created because cultural heritage often contributes to sustainable development in practice, but this contribution is not always easy to report. In VNRs and VLRs, heritage-related information can appear in different places. Sometimes it's scattered across several sections. Sometimes it is mainly descriptive and does not clearly show results, beneficiaries, or evidence. There are three practical difficulties: where to place heritage-related information, how to structure it, and how to collect evidence showing heritage contributions to the SDGs. The tools respond to these needs. They help heritage actors present their work more clearly, and they help VNR and VLR authors use this information more easily. But okay, let's maybe take a look at the tools in real environment. Okay, Naima, thank you for stopping sharing. I will try to share my my screen with you. Can you, colleagues, see my screen?
It's coming, yeah.
Okay. Should I make it larger or?
If possible, but it's fine, yeah.
Okay, maybe like this. Okay. Well, regarding the first tool, here, thanks to our colleagues who contributed that much energy and efforts in translations, now we have 5 versions, of the proposed structural framework for the cultural heritage subchapter of voluntary national reviews. Well, mine was just the English one, and the other ones they came thanks to our colleagues, and my heartfelt thanks to Xi Li for the Chinese translation, and I understood that Hindi and Bengali translations are on the way. So thank you, colleagues, one more time very much. Here you can see the Chinese version, okay? But I will probably work more with English one. Chinese is not my strongest part. Sorry for that. Okay. I'm working in the live condition, so you can see that the English version is really online. And then here, for example, we can see the content of the document, which is actually structured to help you to make VNRs or also VLRs report according to the SDG reporting structure to make it easier to understand by United Nations and other readers and users of this information. This document is quite simple. Besides introduction and general instructions to subchapter developers, it contains very practical recommendations regarding making your VNR, structuring it, and putting different information in it. So actually, what we did, we just analyzed a lot of information regarding VNRs, all kinds of reports, and selected VNRs that contained more information on culture. We put all this information together, we analyzed it, we synthesized it, and then we created this kind of very short, but I hope very useful document, really helping all the VNRs and VLRs offers to perform their tasks in more convenient, easy, and structured way. The next solution is actually very operational, and thank you, Naz, if you are here and you can hear me, for your technical support, and thank you all the colleagues who also invested their energy efforts and minds, in creating this beautiful solution. This solution is actually intended for mapping heritage investments, contributions into the SDGs. What's nice, here, most of the information is coded. So actually, you usually use data dictionaries to work with it. For sure, you can put a lot of free text here, but most of the information is coded and structured, and it makes your life much easier when you try to collect evidence regarding heritage contributions to the SDGs. And I guess for the first time, we created here a matrix allowing us to rate the SDGs according to the extent of the heritage actions contributions to each of them. I can show you how it works in practice. It's just speculative from my part, okay? I put this information just as I want it to be. Okay. Here we will be getting ratings soon. Okay, and here we can see that that I indicated more than 5 SDGs. I rated more than 5 SDGs as 9 and 10. So what I'll be doing, I'll just let's do it like this, maybe. Oh, it's because we have too many 8s. Come on. Okay, now it's okay, because when you do it, you have to understand what you are doing. So actually, we are rating SDGs according to the cultural heritage contributions, and if you rate them in not that correct manner, then you usually receive this kind of error message that I have just got. Okay. So here we are rating SDGs, and here we have all the 17 SDGs. Now we can make a description of the contribution to any of the SDGs which received the highest score. Okay. We are describing up to 5 SDGs. We insert any other information that we need, and then we can just print or save this PDF in our own computer. We do not share this information with anyone unless we want to save it and send it, for example, by email. What's also important here, this solution is available not only in English, but also in French, Spanish, and even Arabic. And I understood that Chinese version is also coming, so we can hope to see it in the near future. Okay.
And Hindi and Bengali as well.
Yes. Okay. Here I'm quite sure that the document will be available in these languages, and then it's up to us how to incorporate these languages in this very sophisticated tool. And this tool is freely available, so it's publicly available. Everybody could use it. Naima, can we please return to the presentation?
Yeah, I will.
I will stop share at this point. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, next slide, please. Okay, good. Well, the first tool, as you could see it, is a structural framework for the cultural heritage subchapter in a voluntary national review or voluntary local review. And it's not a rigid model, and it's not a scoring system. It's a practical drafting guide. Its purpose is to help authors organize heritage-related information in a way that fits SDG reporting. The framework proposes 7 parts: the role of heritage in sustainable development, governance and stakeholders, SDG contributions, selected practices, inclusion and equity, challenges and data gaps, and the next steps. And this helps move from general statements about the importance of heritage to a clearer, evidence-based, and policy-relevant narrative. Next slide. The second tool is the mapping template, the operational one. The idea behind it is quite simple. One completed template describes one heritage action. This may be a project, initiative, policy measure, local activity, or another type of heritage-related action. The template asks what was done, where and when it took place, who was involved, what results were achieved, who benefited, and which SDGs were supported. It also asks users to identify data sources, challenges, lessons learned, and possible future uses of the action. This makes the information easier to compare, summarize, and reuse. Completed templates, as I told you, are saved only on the computer of the person who fills them in. They may be emailed to the SDG working group if needed, or you can email them to anybody. Next slide, please. This slide shows how the template can be used step by step. First, the user accesses the template on the SDG working group webpage. The user then describes one heritage action, for example, a renovation project, including its title, place, timing, heritage resources, stakeholders, and so on. Next, the user records the results, including outputs, observed outcomes, beneficiaries, and equity aspects. After that, the user identifies the most relevant SDG links and explains them briefly. The next step is to document the evidence, including data sources, methods, challenges, and lessons learned. The result is a short evidence package. It shows what happened, who benefited, which SDGs were supported, and what proof exists. Beyond VNRs and VLRs, the template can also support project reporting, donor communication, advocacy, partnership building, and internal learning. And the final slide, please. Thank you. The two tools can be used separately, but they are strongest when used together. The mapping template helps collect evidence from individual heritage actions. It produces the raw material, facts, actors, outputs, outcomes, SDG links, beneficiaries, evidence, and lessons learned. The structural framework helps organize this material into a coherent VNR or VLR subchapter. It gives the broader reporting structure, national or local context, governance, examples, inclusion, challenges, and next steps. However, to use these tools effectively and for an actual VNR or VLR, a national or local process is still needed. Public authorities, heritage institutions, municipalities, and other stakeholders should agree on how information will be collected, reviewed, summarized, and included in the final report. In other words, cooperation and process description is still needed. In simple terms, the template helps collect the evidence, and the framework helps present it clearly. Together, they create a pathway from local heritage action to SDG reporting, but this pathway works best when supported by a clear national or local reporting system. And finally, these tools should be seen as dynamic resources. They can be improved, adapted, and further developed through use. We would therefore be very grateful for comments, opinions, and proposals from our e-commerce colleagues and colleagues from other institutions, organizations, or individual members. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Andres, for this thorough presentation, and Olga also. I don't know if our translators are here, if Lee is here. And if you are here, please manifest yourself. Meanwhile, Farnaz, would you like to give a couple of words regarding the work on the web app?
Yes, sure. Hi, everyone. Thank you, Naima and Andres and Olga. It's nice to see everyone. So just a few quick words for the app, I mean the website, and also the structure form. From me to say is that, well, I kind of developed this website, kind of the app on the website, with the use of AI, of course. I think it is visible, but and it is progressing still. We have right now, I think, four main languages that Andres and Naima refer to it: English, French, Spanish, and Arabic, with a little bit of technical difficulties, which whenever I see, I try to to deal with them, to remove them. But other languages will be added very soon to our list of translations of the form. And as Andres said, shared it before also, for the structure files, we have the Chinese version on top of the all other structure forms, and we will have, it's gonna be developed more, and we will have more languages added to kind of make it more inclusive for everyone and give the opportunity to everyone to use it. So yeah, if you see any problems with the website, if there is something not working, Naima, can I share my screen? Maybe I can just.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, just one moment. So if you find out any problems, any issues in the structure forms, so I'm going on top of it. Yes, as you can see, this is our current website and the form. So this is the e-commerce SDGWG website .com, our main website, which you can have access to news and all the events and publications we have. On the publication page, we have these structure forms as well as other stuff that they are useful, hopefully, and mapping heritage. So if in case you come across any problems, any issues, just please drop a message to ecomosstgwg@gmail.com, or I will send you my personal email and I will try to deal with it in a very short time. That's all I have for today, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Fanas. I posted our link to the website and my own email. Please send also your email in case there are some difficulties to access and use the tools. I think we are done with our presentations and the tools. Thank you very much for your kind attention. And I just reiterate what I mentioned, what my colleagues also mentioned, that these tools are for you to use, and we need representatives or focal point for each national committee to work with us to coordinate on working on these tools and beyond regarding the Sustainable Development Goals Working Group and also the campaign 2030, Culture 2030 campaign. And yes, we are now open to your comments for regarding these aspects. Susan, please go ahead.
I was just going to say, to clarify for some of us, what is the final aspiration if we were all to start filling in these forms, these one form for one heritage action? Obviously, if we had a government that was interested, we could send that information to them. They could collate it for their own information and planning. But is the aim for the SDG working group to gather this information together so that you have ammunition? Is that what you would like? Because I know Andres said, people can do what they want with it. They can keep it themselves or do whatever. But is your desire for us to happily fill out these things for the heritage actions that we can see that we're undertaking ourselves and send them to you so they can be collated for your arguments so it builds up a body of evidence for you. Okay. So ideally, we as practitioners in our country encourage our colleagues when they're doing a heritage action that they feel has these broad benefits, they fill in one of these templates and they send the template into you. Yep. Okay. So you gather the information. Okay.
If they are willing to do so, it's not mandatory to send us, but if they are willing to do so, we will really appreciate it. Yeah.
Yes. Well, unless it's going somewhere, it's probably not much use to anyone. So,
it's going to be used for the argumentation, for a unified representation of culture throughout the different regions, for the update of our policy guidance with prominent case studies and new case studies. There are plenty of ways for us we need these information. Yeah.
Yeah. When you map these, just to clarify, when you fill in one of these templates and send them to you, there's no way then for it to be somehow geographically placed, is it? It's just the words, because I notice Andreas in the template, the location was just a text location, yeah. So
at the moment these are text, but when you produce this template and you have this PDF form, you can actually put everything you want there. Okay. It's actually not that easy. Maybe if you don't have a professional tools to reformat the PDF, but actually it is possible.
Yeah. Because I was thinking that maybe a field that would be useful would be something, even if it was just a centralized GPS point or, lat long or something of where this activity took place. For some areas, it might just be the central point of it. But if you were collecting this information globally, to be able to physically map it as a mapping tool would be, visually map it would be very powerful, I would think.
Absolutely.
It would be a little bit problematic to structure graphical information because it's up to the user, it's up to the author of the VNR where to put it.
Yeah.
Sorry, just quickly to add something for one of the questions of Suzanne. About the form, we decided to make it kind of voluntarily for the sharing, to observe the ethical considerations, because otherwise we could have stored all the answers in our kind of in a data box or something. But then the kind of the privacy of people would be then in danger. So we decided that we would give the freedom to everyone, if they want to share it with the group, then they can share it.
Sure. And then we would have to buy a server, to keep all the information. Okay.
But but just right now, we don't have any cache. Whoever fills anything, it's just like,
Yes.
Yes, Divai, please go ahead.
Yeah, hi, thank you. This is very fascinating. It's really resonate with what I have been researching for many years. In fact, I have no question, but more like comments. The first thing is that, from my experience, I think we sort of, if we try to place culture as a pillar, it sort of, I feel that is one of the things that perhaps needs to be relooked. I call it the culture is the beam of sustainable development. So sort of continue the same simile. So in that context, I understand that we perhaps need a standalone SDG. But having said that, I think we also need to integrate aspects of culture within the existing 17 SDGs also. I have been using this Guide for Local Action by UCLG, which is very similar, 2018, which sort of list out, it's not as evolved as an sort of web-based tool, but I have been using it and I find it quite useful, where they have mentioned several SDGs except the 11 that you mentioned. But somehow I don't know, I've not looked at your publication very deeply, but I didn't find its reference somehow in your publication of that very useful publication that I have been using. And it's pretty common and a lot of heritage professionals use it. And the second point is that I think the positioning of culture, because I think we all have, at least in the Asian context, we've all been very much struggling of integrating culture within the development framework, because it's really seen as either a sort of a hindrance or a cherry on the cake sort of a thing, but never part of the cake. I think one of the things perhaps we also need to do is also to sort of reimagine culture itself as an integrated system, where I think tools like this could place how there is interconnectedness among the culture. And I think that is where perhaps what Susan was suggesting, though I think in a different context, but the geographical connections of the resonance of culture would be very, very interesting, and place it almost like the tree of life or 6 degrees of separation in the social theory. So this is what I thought I will comment on this. And though I would be very sort of keen to know why you did not include the UCLG guidelines for local action, which is, it's very, very similar to your work there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Devi. Andres or Olga?
Well, Olga, sorry.
Go ahead, go ahead.
No, ladies first. Okay.
Just a small comment. UCLG and the ECOMOS are working together in the steering committee of Culture Goal campaign, and the UCLG framework is included in the Culture Goal framework. So I shared the link in the chat. So there is a proposal for formulation of a standalone culture goal, and then there are targets, and there is one target for cultural heritage, and for each target there is a suggested set of indicators. So UCLG is a leading partner for us in this work. And so currently the campaign and all the members of the campaign are working to improve and to actually to push all the countries in the world to use this framework for their future SDG reporting, for their SDG reports, so that when the discussion starts in 2027 about the future cycle of SDG agenda, we can already show that countries publish those indicators and this standalone culture goal. So that's the idea.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I just would like to add that you probably noticed the version number, next to the publication title. So actually, these are open resources. They are quite dynamic. So thank you for your comment. This was just the first version of the document. So actually, we can at any moment we can amend it. Well, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so I think in that case, perhaps you can include in your bibliography that particular useful guidelines from UCLG. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Devi. Thank you. Yes, Susan, please go ahead. You are muted. We don't hear you.
Sorry. I noticed that Sohadi and Takayuki, for instance, are in the group, and they're both very active in the regional group. I'm just wondering, in terms of that template, how easy do you think it would be, Takayuki, maybe to get it translated into Japanese, and then maybe into Indonesian? I'm putting you on the spot, but I'm thinking you two are so active, and I know Takayuki is very good into tables and things. So, is there any chance, Sakuba-san and Sohadi, that you could arrange to get that document translated into your languages?
Everything is possible.
That would be really great. Yeah.
But poor Naz, because putting these languages.
I will follow up. I will follow up with them.
Okay. Naz, would you please comment that question from the technical point of view? I guess it's not that easy to incorporate a lot of different languages into the technical. Well, it is possible, but it requires a lot of resources, I guess.
I think if this was to be used by our Japanese colleagues, it would sort of have to be in Japanese in a way. It'd be much easier otherwise it'll just be the few of the colleagues who are, working with ICOMOS. But if it was to be broader used in some of the countries like Japan, you really need it translated into Japanese because it's quite a monocultural country. And obviously for our ICOMOS members, many of them could do it in English, but if they're trying to get their broader colleagues out in the ministries and things to be using it, they would need it translated. So anyway, I'm going to throw that. I'll follow up with Takayuki and Sohadi later, and a few others probably that might be able to broaden the languages, at least of the overall document. But I think really the template would need to be also in languages like Japanese.
Me as an editor, I would really welcome that. So thank you.
Yeah, it's an excellent idea.
And Takayuki mentioned that he's in a train, so he can't answer because they're not supposed to be making noise on their trains. So at the moment, so we will follow up afterwards.
Takayuki is saved by the train.
There was interesting comment in the chat from Katalin Ivantov, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Maybe Katalin could
give
more information on that.
Yes. Katalin Ivankov.
So Naima, what is the next step you'd like from us all to take this back and talk to our committees? And I guess for the government people who've been online to maybe take it back and to see how useful it'll be, because certainly let's talk for the Australian context. And I did notice one or two names on there of people who may be ICOMOS members, but also work for government agencies. And maybe it's something that they can think, would this be a useful thing for them? And then we could have a dialogue between our national committee and our government counterparts, and maybe a national committee could help them gather the information, and that might work in other countries as well. But meanwhile, what you ideally want is some data from every country, every active country in the Asia Pacific region. Yeah.
Yeah. The template is really flexible. It's not necessarily a practical project per se. It could be also an educative project. Universities can use it if there is a course about cultural heritage, management, or similar courses. It could be also filled up by the course instructor based on the results that they got through this course. We discussed these aspects with our colleagues from the Arab region who were really keen to apply this, and I think that I don't know, Andres, correct me if I'm wrong. I think that the template is quite versatile to be adapted to this, to map also these kind of projects as well.
Yes,
Do you have
I
any,
would say so.
do you have any examples of countries where the actually state party or the government agency is working with the national committee on this? Are there actually cases where this is happening, where countries are gathering this data so that they can progress towards potentially showing the importance of cultural heritage at the state party level?
Andres, I think you have.
I'm not sure that I have this information at the moment because we started our, I would say, advertisement campaign just a couple of months before, actually 1.5 months. But we hope that we will get this information.
But you tried it with Latvia, you told me.
Yes, but in Latvia, it's a little bit tricky because in Latvia, I'm very honest with your colleagues, our Ministry of Culture, they usually get some tasks, they distribute the tasks, and then they collect the results. And it's like it's like quiz. Okay, it's a little bit tricky in my original country. But anyway, e-commerce Latvia, they are quite interested in developing this cooperation. I cannot confirm at this moment, at this stage, that they have this cooperation, but they are interested in it. This is what I can confirm. Okay.
And also the template has been tested by other colleagues as well from different regions. And the purpose actually of these regional webinars is to have a focal point from each national committee to work with us, and we work with them to try these templates. We are here to also support them if there are any difficulties in understanding the concepts or how to do, etc. So it's not just this webinar and we finished. If a national committee or a ministry or any organization that is dealing with, for example, providing information for the VLRs and VNRs, if they want to use them, we are available to support in that. But also we are requesting and kindly expecting that from every national committee, we have at least one representative who would be working with us on these templates and also the framework. So I think that we are almost done. Before I give you the last word, Susan, I'd like to take a collective picture to immortalize this webinar. So if you would please kindly open your cameras so that we are all okay. Smile.
Must be all the shy ones down the bottom of the screen.
I will be taking more than one. Yes.
If as many people as possible could turn their cameras on just for a little picture, photo opportunity. Hello, Alan.
Excellent. Smile.
Must be a few shy people.
Yes. Susan, encourage them, please.
Oh, Anurada is standing on her head. Oh, there she is, doing somersaults. This happened in the World Heritage panel at one point where Teresa, something was wrong with her computer and it was showing her on her side while she's there, and we couldn't work out all the text trying to work out how to solve it.
Yeah, the online meetings are a little bit tricky.
Mm.
So, Mile, I'm taking another picture, please. Thank you very much, Susan. The last word.
Yes. Oh, thank you. Thanks everyone for coming. I know the time is a better time for us in the region generally, but some of you have probably, it's probably inconvenient for some, it's always inconvenient for someone. I think that's very interesting, and really the amount of work that you guys have done is pretty amazing. I think it would be interesting for us to take this home and talk to our national committees and talk to our state party relevant agencies and see if there's something we could do to mutually help each other on this, and whether we can collect some useful data to help in this campaign, Culture 2030 campaign. I think it's really important that we get a better nuanced understanding of heritage, you know, and the types of heritage and the types of projects. I like that idea that it can be research into heritage and heritage values. It can be training. It can be physical works on sites, because, you know, heritage is much broader than built structures, and we all work across a broad range of heritage. So I think you've given us a lot to think about, and all of us are going to go home and think about how it applies to us in our particular area and how we can use it. And I certainly look forward to talking to Caitlin, our president, and her team, and also with our colleagues in the government to see whether, in fact, this will be useful for them if we started collecting some of this data, and perhaps it would help them internally as well to start building up a bit of evidence for why heritage should have a standalone goal, and also how heritage contributes in unseen ways to other goals. So thank you very much, everyone, for coming. It's wonderful.
Thank you so much, Susan. Thank you for everyone for your presence with us. And
bye.
Goodbye.
And contact me if you want a copy of the recording.
Yeah. As soon as I get it, I will send it to you. Then.
Hello. Hello, Fiona. Can you hear me? This is Clara from the e-commerce secretariat. Can you hear me? Okay.